Alrighty guys, good morning. Happy fucking Sunday. Hope you guys are a wonderful morning so far, guys. Tonight we're going to be doing some cities, Skylines. We are currently done with Starfield for the foreseeable future. We basically went through all the content. We finished all the faction storylines. Some of them better than others. The UC storyline probably pretty good. The pirate storyline also pretty good. FC storyline short and meh, and the Ryujin Industries storyline had absolutely all over the place writing. That being said, the main storyline, the main quest line in the game is also kind of boring as shit as well, and as such doesn't really bode well. There's a lot of sprinkled a lot of interesting quests throughout the game, but yeah, we're basically shot on quests now, and good call it for Starfield. I was hoping that maybe Ryujin Industries would be more interesting. It seems like everything in Neon was boring. I thought it was really, really boring. They're just going through the motions, going through the ropes of what, you know, like you got a storyline there for gang wars and such like that, and just nothing really felt interesting. Pretty mediocre. Whole Neon, despite what it was supposed to be, felt like it was probably one of the shittier parts of the game. Yeah, which is why I got bored. I got burned out on it, and we went back for Ryujin Industries, and that wasn't very good either. So, I guess that's the way it goes, guys. Either way, we're done with Starfield for the time being. I basically milked all the content I can out of that game, and honestly, I'm kind of bored of it at this point. I think we got like one quest left that's not bugged, and yeah, I'm not even interested in doing it. It's a side quest. Bunch of activities also not worth doing. Well, maybe worth doing, but I'm not going to take the time to do so. You get lost very easy in Starfield to get lost in the noise and the churn of the game. There's just so much garbage in it that it makes it hard to find the good stuff, and then it waters down the good stuff because that's not what you run into on a regular occasion. But that's the way it goes. Tonight, guys, those Skylines, which they pepped up the game quite a bit. We'll probably be optimizing some roundabouts here. Should be fun. Currently installing, as you can see. Let's take a look at the tubes, see what's going on here, guys. And I think we're going to be doing Overwatch 2 this coming week. So, yeah. Back to Overwatch 2, guys. Eat with all the cheaters. Can't wait. Boobas? What if Power Rangers were evil? No way. That's all the series you could take. No. We haven't watched Project Farm in a while. Deadliest jack stands. Oh my god, the clickbait there, guys. He's talking about the Harbor Freight ones. By the way, there's a lot of stuff you can buy from Harbor Freight. Jack stand's probably not one of them. Anything you trust your life with, don't buy from Harbor Freight. So, yeah. Cables versus cables. This is the whole format for Mr. Beast. Just comparing numbers. People like simple comparisons like that. Mr. Clean was robbed. Really? Are bladeless fans a scam? They aren't technically bladeless. They have a turbine that pushes air through them, and then it pushes them out. Basically, it's a turbine with shroud. Disney failed yet again. Oh, they're trying. They're trying so hard to literally just anything that they can talk about political issues, anything at all, or they can get on a grandstand and bang their drum about the patriarchy. Wish being a prime example of that one. That was ridiculous, as most of the social outcry did show on Twitter. Yeah, where people are like, "What? That doesn't make sense." Because a chick wants to replace a guy's system, the king's system, where he doesn't grant everyone's wish, with just chaos. Just everyone gets their wish. And he picks and chooses wishes that should be granted and shouldn't be granted. And, like, vets it. And instead she's like, no, everyone should get their wish. Yeah. And as you can imagine, they picked your typical tropes for them. For the villain and for, if you can even call him a villain. And the main character. Stuff. What else we got going on here? His newest luxury hotel is not worth the price. You don't say. It's almost like most Disney stuff is a ripoff based around brand recognition. Well, don't remove it. The arrow's keeping it alive. You definitely don't want to remove it. What else we got? It's basically all holiday sale stuff for tech tubers right now, guys. I don't know why I'm dropping frames, or I'm not dropping frames. I'm dropping pings right now. Let's try changing this. Might have a bad ping target. And pinging Google.com is one of the most consistent things you can do. Get you guys every once in a while though. Occasional ping spikes, which also aren't good. It's like 4 in the morning, shouldn't be prime time for traffic at all. Still getting them. Not sure. Might have to do a reset here at some point. After stream, obviously. Let's see. Do we have anything interesting? There's a comparison. Throwback comparisons. Oh, I think we're going to do a throwback comparison. Kind of, well, I mean, we could look at some Project Farm stuff, too. Kind of at the range part stuff, too. And I don't, maybe it's because I'm downloading? I don't think so. I need to launch that, so when it finishes, I base off my updates so I don't get fucked with Windows updates. Let's take a peek. No, that's...
Today we're revisiting AMD's Ryzen 7
Everyone loves throwback comparisons.
2700X CPUs. These are from 2018. They were originally 300 and 300.
No 1000 series part?
Thereabouts, and a lot has changed since then. It was a simpler time. It was before the GPU pricing apocalypse.
No, before Ryzen took off with encouraging multi-threading, large amounts of multi-threading due to the chip amount of chips cores that are available.
Actually are one of the best value components these days, depending on what you're buying, what platform you're on. So despite some of the pricing trends elsewhere in computers, CPUs are pretty competitive at the moment. The 2700 was one of the most popular CPUs in its life cycle.
They have dropped in prices exponentially in the last couple of years.
Commonly at the end of when it was being sold new. They competed most directly with Intel's 9900K that launched later in 2018.
Intel did not have an answer until the 12,000 and 13,000 series. 12,000 series is when they went to P&E cores.
Or the 8700K.
They're still trying to sell like 4 and 6 core
chips.
chips.
See how these CPUs have aged, but also what the best
hamstringing them, just like shoving them in there. More cores, just dumping them in there as best they can. Which was dropping them down from their HED platform, or whatever it's called. Basically the prosumer models, which are really, really fucking expensive.
We built a number of our own websites with Squarespace, including our recently launched gamers.nexus site, where we look at Squarespace and the 2700X specifically from a couple of different perspectives. We'll look at the 2600 and 2600X in a separate revisit, and leave your comments below for what Intel CPU you want us to look at again next. Ideally something that's at least a couple years old, because we'll run that through soon too, based on the comments we get. So for the perspectives on this one, the 2700 and 2700X can, in most cases, depending on the board you're using, just be directly swapped for something higher end from a later generation, but in the
1000 series.
So that's one angle. Is what can we
1000 series, not nearly as good as 12,000 series or 20,000 series. I guess 2000 series. That's when they started taking off with single-threaded performance, but basically the beginning of multi-threaded bonanza, you could call it.
While getting the most cost-efficient upgrade possible. Maybe you do the GPU too, but you don't have to do new board, new RAM, new SSD. You probably keep those.
All ends with the 5800 X3D for AM4.
Probably. All of that is made pretty easy and cheap. The other angle is what's the most like for like in terms of a sort of similar MSRP, modern day CPU if you wanted to do a brand new build just because you enjoy the process of building new machines, or you need something that the newer motherboards offer. Maybe you're just not happy with the board you got the first time, or you're looking for something that's more along the lines of improved I/O capabilities. History first. The 2700 and 2700X are from the days when AMD was still attaching a letter X and selling it for an extra $30 to $50 on top of the base CPU price. But there often wasn't that big of a difference between the CPUs if you were willing to do, if you're experienced.
Now it's X3D. That's what really matters. I mean, infinitely matters more than anything else is X3D. Would not recommend any other chip that's not an X3D, guys.
So it's very easy to get
Intel gets a giant level 4 cache or cache in general. Always X3D.
X variation of that by doing an all-core OC. Now these CPUs are 8-core, 16-thread options. They had a maximum advertised turbo of 4.1 gigahertz for the 2700, or advertised up to 4.3 gigahertz on the 2700X. The common all-core overclock was around 4.0 to 4.1 gigahertz at the time. And in 2018, we never would have expected the 5800 X3D to come out and offer the performance uplift that it did on the same platform. Vertically stacked cache is a relatively new innovation, and sticking it to a newer generation of architecture, but retaining AM4 socket compatibility is what makes it so appealing. It's also still sold, which is kind of weird. Not sure if they are just still making it or they made that many. But it's great for people who are on AM4.
Still making them.
So we'll mostly focus on that part as the upgrade option today. So we looked at Newegg and Amazon for US pricing. We have a couple price categories. The lowest includes
5800 X3D probably can buy used on eBay.
For some used parts.
Yeah.
To get kind of a rough
but anything under the 7000 series you probably can buy used now. So there's no reason to buy new. Besides newest generation, when you go back one generation, you can usually get it cheaper for used, and then 2 generations for sure. So like if we go here, you probably can buy some 5800 X3Ds on eBay when people upgraded, especially with the holidays. $280. I think it was on sale for $280 though. So holidays could have swept them up too.
Where do they typically sell?
There's definitely people upgrading their chips during the holidays, and then it cycles through.
On something, but you still want a big upgrade. We have to make a few
One thing tech tubers do not cover enough is the used market. It is very, very important to everyone looking for deals, which is basically mid-range and lower CPUs, and high-end that is like 1 or 2 generations old.
You get an R7 5800 X3D which again we know is a gaming champion.
You
You could also get a 5950X, but that's more expensive. That's at $463 or so, which would mostly be interesting if you're focused on non-gaming loads that are heavily multi-threaded. Another option might be the 5800X.
I mean, there are gaming loads that are heavily multi-threaded now. So, like Starfield, Cities, all the big single-player ones we just played. Cyberpunk, relatively single or multi-threaded. And they kind of fucked around with that, and with the 2.0 patch, and it kind of fucked things up. As far as multi-threaded work or multiplayer games, Overwatch, although not nearly as much as it used to be, where it's capped at 300 FPS. CPUs have become much more powerful, mainly
close enough we can kind of use that as an example. It's a bit cheaper as well.
Warzone.
Okay with used, the 3700X is a much smaller upgrade than some of these, but we saw them commonly available for $90 to $100 used. The 5800X had a couple of options pop up on eBay for around $150 as well. New builds would require a much larger investment because you'll need a new motherboard, probably new RAM, and you might just go for the whole computer at that point. Same price CPU options would be the 7700X and 14600K, ignoring the motherboard cost. And the 7800X3D is in a higher price class by pure launch MSRP to MSRP comparison, but also significantly higher performance class. There are a ton of CPUs on the market now, but also used options are everywhere. So there's some risk with buying used. You should make sure you understand those. Most of them are, you might just get screwed out of a broken part or something.
Nope. eBay has 30-day money-back guarantee, so
but it is a way to save a lot.
There really
of money.
isn't a risk
So
there.
Maybe worth considering if you're open to potential
I recommend
hassle
it.
at the benefit of some savings. As we get into the gaming benchmarks, this content requires a ton of work. If you'd like to support us and the work we do here, and as an example, our new ad-free website, gamersnexus.net, where we're publishing all of this stuff on a slight delay in written format, then go to store.gamersnexus.net. We currently have a discount of 10% on all the tools category items on our store.
Ad
So
spot,
that
ad
includes our
spot,
driver
ad
toolkit,
spot.
which is a 10-piece. Get started. Baldur's Gate 3 is a new game that ends
Hey,
up being
their
CPU
testing's
loaded
more
in
than
most
4 games?
scenarios.
No way.
With its 2023 launch date, it's 5 years newer than the R7 2700 CPU. We'll get CPU numbers here, but you can check our full video on
Really a shame. I really like to play Baldur's Gate 3, but it's not something that people watch. Like it's very, very difficult for viewers to watch it because it's a strategic game, and as such, it's not something people can't really understand. Like I've played XCOM, and that's probably the furthest I would go into like strategy games on stream because people just can't handle it. It doesn't make sense to them. For the most part, it doesn't make a good viewing experience for most people. I love strategy games. I love 4X games, especially 4X games. I fucking love 4X games. RPGs like this, turn-based RPGs, like them too. XCOM, very fun. And XCOM is much more simplistic than Baldur's Gate is, but Baldur's Gate, like story-wise, actually pretty good from everything I've seen. Pretty fucking good. And it's just not something you can stream,
performance for Baldur's
which is
Gate.
a shame.
You need that angle.
Like
Here's
I tried
the chart.
streaming Dragon Age back in the day, and that didn't take either, which is basically the same thing.
This one, the R7 2700, ran at 51 FPS average and held lows proportional to the rest of the average.
This is where, by the way, you have to show single-threaded performance or per core performance, so whatever the highest cores are. And I've tried to talk to MSI Afterburner to get them put in a metric for the highest core count or the highest core load, and they haven't done it yet.
Average to low spacing. For a lot of people, this frame rate is probably completely fine in Baldur's Gate, but the venerable 2700 is finally showing its age, and in some big ways. It's getting into borderline territory here for probably a lot of players. The 2700X would offer about a 10% uplift as an in-socket upgrade.
By the way, the 5600X is faster, but it also has 2 less cores, which is pretty ridiculous. So once again, it kind of shows how well this is threaded, which is it's not very at all. You can basically tell based on how far up the lower core count parts go. You can tell basically how multi-threaded it is. Like you got some 16-core and 12-core parts down here that are underperforming under other parts, which means it's basically CPU bound for the most part. And then IPC, so performance per basically megahertz. I guess you could say performance per megahertz. So then a chip that's more performant at the same megahertz will do better regardless. So the same utilization will actually be generating more FPS more or less.
2700 and get to the same performance levels. We think that'd be worth it to pull another 10% out of the CPU if you don't.
That's harder to come by than just tacking more cores on.
If you went and bought a 3700X for about $100 on eBay, you'd get a boost.
You can look at the 12 and 16 core 5900s or 5000 series parts, and they're basically parked around each other. So frequency just matters a lot more here too.
Worth it for the latter, and since you can overclock, probably not really worth it for the former either. But maybe in production.
Not a very. Once again, you'd be able to tell us if he showed a utilization graph, but he doesn't. So. You can't
That'd
tell.
get you a massive 50% uplift from the R7 2700 at 77 FPS average, with lows also pulling up strongly. For $185 to $200, the 5700X and 5800X
Intel with the 12 and 13K series are weird birds because sometimes games will leverage E-cores and sometimes they won't. And sometimes Windows will. It's tough to tell.
Because this one ran at 100.
So even though they're 6 and 8P cores, they aren't necessarily like all for naught.
Remains available somehow. Maybe they're still making it for around $320. There's the 56X3D also, which we reviewed previously, so you can check our channel for that review. Even though it's technically old, or at least a prior generation, the 5800X3D really deserves some attention.
Would not recommend any other chip than X3D nowadays, guys.
A lot of money by sticking with one last run of AM4. A worthwhile next-gen upgrade, at least from Intel, would have to come in the form of a 14700K, 13900K, 4900K, something like that. The 7800X3D might make the most sense for its bigger jump, but that'd have it $100 higher than your original purchase price, if you bought it at MSRP, of your 2700. Unless we start looking at inflation, in which case it's not quite so bad. But it is better to not think about inflation. That's because it hurts to think about. This one will be short. At 1440p, we're still seeing full scaling here.
Yep.
Increasing the GPU load a little bit isn't affecting the results for this game. It would in other games at high settings, or especially 4K.
Once again, you can just look at the 5000 series with the 12 and 16 core processors and see they're just like sitting almost neck and neck with the 8 core. And it looks like you get a performance gap that starts happening at the 6 core. So
your 2000 series CPU will be the limiter for performance, even of new
but
GPUs.
when it starts scaling with core count, that makes a huge difference.
Cyberpunk 2077
like linear.
Phantom Liberty is up now. This is another game that's effectively brand new and would be possibly a driving reason for an upgrade for 2000 series owners. Features like ray reconstruction and RT overdrive might make this more of a GPU-focused upgrade, but the CPU still scales a lot in this one, and you can learn about ray reconstruction.
It's not as good as Starfield and
or in our
Skylines,
video on the channel. You should really check out the articles, though. They're laid out nicely, and there's no ads. At 1080p medium, the R7 2700 ran at 88 FPS average and held lows at 60 and 46. That's respectable, and actually still perfectly playable. The 2700X keeps a 9.5% lead, so again, an overclock on the non-X would get you at least 10% here.
And thread scaling actually kind of makes a difference here. Like if you look at the 8-core, 143, and the 12-core is 149. Kind of, but not really. Did they turn on SMT or what did we play with? SMT. We had SMT on in the BIOS, and then the SMT option on in Cyberpunk. I think was the best variant prior to 2.0. It was turning off SMT in the BIOS and then using the SMT patcher, which actually made infinitely. It's like they tried to game the cores, and if you turn off SMT, it actually just makes things worse. It makes FPS worse. If you turn SMT off in the BIOS, the game doesn't understand it. It's probably basing off model numbers or something like that rather than virtual cores or number of virtual cores. Either way, it turned into a mess. It was a lot better threaded prior to 2.0.
An in-socket upgrade to the best option, the 5800X3D would give a massive 100 FPS jump.
But they tried to fix it, and I don't think they actually fixed it in the way that they just tried to fix it as far as SMT goes.
With the same RAM and the same cooler. We really hope AMD keeps doing this with AM5, and maybe Intel will try as well, because even though it makes the board partners less money, which is the #1 reason they wouldn't do it, it's certainly a lot less wasteful in terms of E-waste components, and it's better for consumers. That's 111% uplift here.
So, Intel and AMD still sell chipsets. That's still a thing. That's a component they sell. There's definitely some sort of not licensing. What would they be called? Basically, where they get to use their products, and there's probably a cost associated with each board that they produce.
Cheaper in-socket,
but there's incentive for Intel and AMD to basically make a new board or new socket or new chipset every single time there's a new chip, because then they sell more and it props things up.
Used 3700X, that'd get you 27%. Low scale comparably there. Another could be a 5800X or 5700X, with the 58X offering about a 63% improvement. For
5900X and 5800X, once again, they're very close together.
New platforms, the
So definitely not threaded
3D
super well.
the most
That's after
FPS average,
the
or 130% uplift. Everything else is below
2.0
58X 3D, but will offer benefits in workstation workloads. The 14600K, 7700X, or
something's broken with their 7950X 3D. Probably means that it's not loading up the cores properly. Normally there's a PPM driver that puts the game on 8 cores, and then once again, fucking Cyberpunk has some weird shit going on with their threading, and this is a testament to it. So the PPM driver shoves the game onto the 8, basically a 7800X 3D attached to the 7950X 3D. It shoves it off. This should have almost exact performance between these two. If it doesn't, that means there's something broken. And in this case, you can see basically how the threading is basically broken in the game. It used to be better. Prior to 2.0 was better, and then they tried to fix it, and I think they kind of just broke it.
The 700K deserve highlights as parts to consider if doing more than gaming. 1440p provides similar results, but with a truncated ceiling at 190 FPS average due to an encroaching GPU bind. So let's just move on. Starfield is up next. This is another brand new game, so we have a lot of new titles in this bench suite for your upgrade consideration.
Once again, it will use all 16 fucking cores, guys. It will literally use all 16 cores, because I saw it do it. And pretty linear load, well, prior to the latest update, pretty linear load across the board. And with the latest update, occasionally you'll see like 4 cores drop maybe 20%-ish on the highest cores. Prior to that, it was like 10%. Yeah, it will use it all. And we'll get to see whether or not he's actually testing the 16-core 7950X 3D uncapped, or if it's only using the PPM driver and it's only shoving all of the threads onto the 8 X3D cores.
We recently ran standalone CPU and GPU pieces on Starfield.
There's a lot of tech tubers that don't test it properly because they don't watch
check those out for the full
bottlenecks
research.
properly
But for this
and
one,
loading
here's the
properly.
1080p low chart. The 2700 ran at...
And he did not test it properly. So if you look at this almost linear performance between the 8-core and the 16-core threads, because the PPM driver will shove the game onto the X3D cores, which normally, if your game doesn't use a lot of CPU, that's much better. However, there are games like Starfield that are extremely well multi-threaded, and if it's doing weird shit like this, it's going to fuck it up because it can actually utilize the extra 8 cores well. And it does, and I've showed you guys on stream. The loading in Starfield, and it's pretty linear. And the fact that it's testing almost identical here means that he's not uncapping it, and they aren't watching the utilization and how it's being utilized in the background, which they should. All they have to do is hook up a second monitor and have display metrics on it. And apparently they're not. Let's see if we got another comparison point here. 12-core 5900 and 5950X 3D are almost identical, which once again is kind of weird. This could be, oh, it also tests better with SMT off, too. And this probably is all tested with hyperthreading on, SMT on, because that's the default way of testing stuff. There's reviews, and I test basically everything with hyperthreading off because it does fucker things on occasion. And this looks like another case where it's fuckering things.
51.5
other reviewers have tested with hyperthreading off and can show the differences in performance, gain like 20% depending on the CPU.
Strapping an X to the end of the CPU gave it a 9% boost. In rapid order, the likely upgrade options might include a 3700X at 70 FPS average, or 35% ahead of the 2700, 5800X or 57
wrong testing methodology.
FPS average for the 8, or 54% ahead of the 2700.
There's almost no one by like I said at one point I actually considered being a tech reviewer, tech tuber, but there's not enough money. Basically, best case scenario is what Linus does, which isn't even tech tubing anymore. He's just kind of, hey, look, I'm Mr. Beast of tech industry. Here's this random thing that I found. Here, look at it, guys. Isn't this great? At least Gamers Nexus is kind of making headway here, but for a while they were only testing like 4 games. It was pretty absurd, and one of the biggest problems I have with Gamers Nexus is they only test a handful of games. Looks like they're doing better here, though.
FPS average, or 81% ahead of the 2700 and 67% ahead of the 2700X, and the 5800X and X3D would offer a noticeable improvement in frame time consistency when looking at lows as well. New CPU upgrades could include the 7700X, which in this game is actually doing technically better than the 5800X 3D at 100 FPS average. The 7800X 3D runs at less than half the frame time on average, which is impressive, or more than double the frame rate as compared to the 2700 series. Intel's 14700K or
But we aren't going to
13700K
even post
would
on
be
it.
the
I have
alternatives
over
on
the
their
years.
side,
I've posted multiple
providing
times. It's
close
not
to
even
the
worth
most
talking
you can
about
get
anymore.
out of a CPU in this game.
Just flutter around and
12023 is up
fail.
next.
I don't
You'll
care.
never believe this, but this game came out in 2023. Anyway, the frame rate ceiling is obscene here at 511 FPS average for the 7800X.
Once again, PPM, because of the PPM driver, you're never going to see the X3D chip, the 7150X3D, uncork. You have to manually set it up to use all 16 cores, and you can't. So this is almost identical, and 0.1% is, there's a lot of variance in there, but these are almost identical FPS numbers. The PPM driver does not work on the 16-core model. See a difference between the 12 and the 16-core. Where's the 8-core 7000 series? Right there. So 406 to 430. Actually compare thread scaling here between these, which actually be something really nice to highlight, and they don't really do a good job of that. Thread scaling matters a lot because it encourages you to buy a higher core count chip, assuming it's doing it properly, and it actually matters in some cases. Other cases it does not, which is the whole reason the PPM driver will put games onto the 8X 3D cores, right? But which should almost always be identical performance between these two chips here. But then the case when it might have good thread scaling, you're not going to see any difference because it's still within variance because it's still putting and it's only using 8 cores. Whereas you can see here with the normal 7000 series chips, it's using more cores and it's actually showing incremental gains here. Not super amazing, but it's showing gains here. Actually, go back to Starfield. So there's the 16, the 12, and the 8, and small incremental gains between them.
Impressive or more at this point. The 2700's 177
Still gains.
average is perfectly fine from a gameplay standpoint. From a relative scaling standpoint, though, the 2700X at 192 would provide a lessened 8% uplift. It's the same as the average OC on the 2700. The 3700X would give 31% over the 2700, or 21% over the 2700X. The 5800X 3D offers a staggering 154% uplift over the 2700, or 136% over the XSKU. If you wanted the modern I/O capabilities of a new platform, the 7800X 3D would boost that to a max of 188% uplift against the 2700. The 7700X, meanwhile, without 3D cache, comes in lower than the 5800X 3D again, but would get you to a new platform while still providing 130% improvement. The 14.7 is about the same uplift at 407 FPS average, with similar benefits of a modern platform for those who know they need them. 1440p shrinks the top end to a maximum of 400 FPS average. Scaling shrinks with that, demonstrating that GPU bottlenecks will always lessen the impact of a CPU improvement. Even still, the 2700 and 2700X are old enough that you'd still see the improvement in many scenarios. Final Fantasy XIV's benchmark test is interesting mostly because it has favored Intel CPUs for a long time now. We'll highlight the line of scrimmage. The 7800X 3D and the 12900K mark the start and the end of compartmentalized AMD and Intel sections, with Intel holding a general.
I wonder how well it uses the E-cores. AMD has traditional cores, and there's 16 of them at most with the 7950 X3D or X or whichever 16-core chip you're talking about. Intel has an absolute massive amount of multi-threading capabilities if a game can leverage it. If it can, it's gonna be insane. But most games do not use the E-cores well because the E-cores have latency penalties associated with them. They have contention issues associated with them because they're blocks of 4, and they'll actually use resources from each other and fuck each other in the ass. There's a lot of nuances associated with the E-cores on whichever chip it is, and most games will not leverage the E-cores, and if they do, it'll fuck everything up. Like accidentally use them. Like I believe Hogwarts Legacy is one that will accidentally use the E-cores, and you have to turn them off or force the game onto the P-cores, otherwise it'll cause lots of issues. But when a game can use the E-cores, it probably, it's going to, it looks right here, these are all 8 Ps, right? And then the E-cores are scaling up, and the number's just going up. So this game probably uses the E-cores, and this is by the way, if you're a tech tuber, you should be talking about this shit, Because CPU benchmarking is not just looking at the numbers. It's not just even looking at 1% and 0.1%. It's literally looking at the things going on in the background that determine which processor you're going to buy and for what games they matter. This is why testing a bunch of games matters a lot, especially nowadays, because how they use the resources available to them tends to be very different. This is like probably one of the few games that actually uses E-core as well. And you can literally see as the E-core count goes up, even though those are different generations, 14,000 series is basically the 13,000 series, by the way. As the E-cores go up, there's almost a linear increase in FPS. Even though it's a little bit, it's still going up with the E-cores. So, and it probably depends on the block layout too. If they're just groups of 4, if they're groups of 2 or 1.
These parts by 6.7%.
Depends on how they share resources or utilize them.
The 5800X offers a big in-socket improvement of 46% over the 2700, or 31% against the 2700X. Back to the king, the 5800X 3D would give a lesser than prior, but still noteworthy improvement of 71% against the 2700s. It's not always as massive. AM5 as a new platform would limit your gains to about the same as the 58X 3D here, but Intel would give significant advantages in this one. The 14900K establishes a ceiling 113% over the 2700, with the 14700K at 100% better. The 14600K is similarly boosted, and the 13 series is basically cheaper. 14 series CPUs sometimes, depends, so you should consider those too. At 1440p, the lineup is similar. There's nothing new here. The CPU limitation is still the main one, even with max graphics at 1440p. Let's move forward. Revisiting the Ryzen 7...
More interesting than like looking at GPU, like you should never, by the way, when you're CPU testing, you should never test on high settings. There are sometimes settings that will actually influence the CPU more, but you test on very high and then test like 360p or something, so resolution scales down, and even though it's not going to be what you're playing at, but it'll take into account all the really expensive CPU utilization options in the background. That might be influencing models, physics, whatever, going on in the background. So you test at artificially low resolution, which they're not doing here, by the way. Even though, like, you're not going to be playing at that low of a resolution, the reason you test it is because there's might be some options in here that are CPU utilization, and it's like a brute force way of doing it. But at the same time, you'll never run into a GPU bottleneck if you're testing like 480p or 360p.
2700 and 2700X
don't need to worry about that.
Siege for 2023. We saw the 2700 at 295 FPS average, and the X variant 8.2% ahead at 320 FPS average. Here's a rapid list of the options in the socket.
You can see a boost here between the 16-core and the 12-core once again, 70,000 series. The only difference between these is the X3D cores. So this is basically equivalent to that, and this is basically equivalent of this. But you see the difference between these two CPUs, and the reason for that is because it adds 4 more cores. This does not take that into account because, once again, the PPM driver is shoving all the workload onto the X3D cores. And he doesn't seem to test a case where you might want to utilize more than 8 cores, or in case of 7900 X3D. That's really... you might want to be doing that more often, too.
The 3700X would offer 26% over the 20.
So they test 5900X, but not the 7900 X3D, because that's a turd. Yeah, it's not even in here. Almost no one tests it.
700,
very weird choice by AMD. It's next to useless CPU. It only has 6 X3D cores.
7%
and almost all games use more than 6 cores now.
From the 2700. The 5800 X3D would give a 120% uplift over the 2700, or 103% over the X, and that means the 5800 X3D is so comically far ahead that its 0.1% lows are higher than the average of the 2700X. That's insane, and it illustrates exactly why X3D is such a good upgrade. Out-of-socket upgrades include the 7700X at 640 FPS average, still a doubling over some of the 2700 series CPUs, and the 7800 X3D at a ludicrous 717 FPS average. Intel didn't even punch this high with APO in our recent tests. You check those separately. The 14700K would be another likely upgrade option to a new platform running at about 58x 3D performance, but with newer platforms and modernized I/O. Stellaris CPU simulation time is next. This one bottlenecks hard at the top end of performance, where everything from about the 14600K and up can be considered the same. The 2700 and 2700X show huge room for improvement, though, at 57 seconds and
weird, because Stellaris is like a turn-based game, if I remember right.
Of the simulation time by moving to a new
4x turn-based.
This isn't just frame rate. We're not arguing over if you can notice 60 versus 50 FPS. This is a noticeable amount of physical real time. The 5800X3D would provide a cut of 48% time required from the 2700.
Maybe not.
An advantage over the 5800X non-3D as well.
I don't remember. I played Stellaris for a little bit, and it reminded me of Sins of Solar Empire and Civilization mashed together in a really shitty way.
Now we're moving to production benchmarks.
Hey! Well, how many games did they test? That's actually impressive. Let's see. Good for them. Good for them. 1, 2... 7 benchmarks. Yay. Still not hardware unboxed, but
Photoshop, Premiere,
much better.
Blender rendering, things like that. We'll also talk about power.
Because a lot of them are actually going to use cores.
And in the production benchmarking, the 5800X3D won't be as promising as it has been in gaming. Blender is up first, using the tile-based renderer to fully load all threads available. The R7 required 27 minutes to render a single frame of the GN logo. The best result here is the 7950X, which reduced the time required by 76%. To put that into perspective, in this test, you could render 4.2 frames on the 7950X for every single frame you render on the 2700.
So notice how the 7950X and 7950X3D are about on par, as they should be. Technically, X3D cores are going to be a little bit slower, which is why you're seeing a difference here, but this is actually, like, in a real-world scenario, this is what you should be seeing in scaling properly.
That's a huge improvement. Reducing the required time really matters here. The 2700X was 12% better than the non-X, with the 3700X improving speed by 28%.
Productivity is mainly for office work.
And obviously less over the X. The 58X3D doesn't see a benefit from the cache here. If you went with the 5900X or 5950X as an in-socket upgrade for more production-focused builds, you could get maximally a 63% reduction in time per render. That's great for users who do less gaming and more of this kind of work. New builds would offer a 70% time cut with the 14700K at 8.
By the way, it's also why if you look at a 7950X3D, he kind of glosses over this, but this chip is basically designed for people that want to do office work, but at the same time also want to game. And it should be basically better than everything else at all times, and it's not, because their thread director, their PPM driver does not always work properly. And as such, it hurts the chip. It hurts the chip a lot.
A 70% time cut with the 14700K.
It's very driver dependent.
As compared to the 2700.
Next is compression
testing using 7-zip. This is useful if you do a lot of file compression. The 2700 completed 56,000.
It's actually benefiting a little bit from the X3D cores here.
That has the 2700X as 11% faster, with the 5800X offering a 68% improvement over the 2700. Going up to a 5950X in the same socket would offer a 148% faster compression time over the 2700. A new platform would need movement to a 7900X or 14700K to get meaningfully above the 5950X, unless you just need other features of new boards. Decompression shuffles the stack a bit. The 2700 and 2700X run at 77,000 and 89,000 MIPS respectively. It'd be worth overclocking the 2700 for this kind of performance if you're staying with it. If you're going new, though, the 7700X would offer a a significant although the 5950
Not sure why they didn't test the 1700X compared to a 2700X. Guess they wanted to show the frequency difference usefulness.
The option here would be the 1400K.
1000 series are still really cheap, and they're still around, and it's like one at the beginning. It's the beginning of like the 8-core experience, I guess you could say, for home users.
We're almost through. Adobe Premiere CPU benchmarking with the Puget Suite has the 2700 at 454 points in aggregate, tied with the 3600 and giving the 2700X its standard 9% advantage. The 5800X has a 33.7% improvement.
50X3D should all be X3D cores, though.
And for a new build, a 7700X
all be X cores or X3D cores.
Performance as opposed to the 2700. As Premiere users, that's a pretty big change. It's not shown on this chart, but the biggest point for improvement in this aggregate score was in the intra-frame and the raw performance. On the Intel side, the 14600K would give a 65% uplift, with a 13700K and 14700K at 76% and 81% better. Finally, in Adobe Photoshop, the chart leaders in the 1500 to 1600 point range show scaling room approaching 2x improvements. Extra cache isn't really helping in this one, but the 7700X at 1569 points sees its biggest contribution in the filter score and the GPU score as compared to the 2700. The GPU can be better leveraged here, and it's just better at filtering. Almost anything would be an upgrade for this one other than maybe an R5 3600. And the last two charts. For power consumption, the R7 2700 pulled about 76 watts for an all-core workload. Our overclock, a long time ago now, was a bit over the top back in the day, pushing it to 180 watts but improving performance notably. You could fine-tune that lower. Our goal back then was just to get the highest clock we could stably. The biggest improvement in modern CPUs, though, is the efficiency. Despite outright higher stock power consumption in something like a 7700X at 148 watts or a 58X3D at 108 watts, the output per watt is much higher. CPUs in the 14 series are huge power consumers, especially the 14900K at 287 watts and the 147 at 284. And here's that power efficiency chart. This is judged using Blender render time against the power consumed, or the energy consumption. The unit of measurement.
I swear to God, they just literally copy everything from Tech Report.
Efficiency, the 2700 33.9
I don't blame them. Basically, it was the hallmark of good tech review.
But it's obviously far less effective.
Not so much anymore, and I wouldn't visit there, by the way. It's basically been sold like crypto miners or something. I don't know.
Much less time, but with a given fixed unit
very
of
good
work,
testing methodology.
The 2700 will require slightly less energy doing it. The 7700X offers a notable improvement here at 31.1 watt hours. The 5950X remains one of the most efficient CPUs we've ever tested, with thanks to its fine-tuned and low V-core. The answer here is pretty obvious. For those of you who don't need to fulfill the all-new stuff, fun of computer building itch, the 5800X 3D is clearly the best last chance upgrade for a large punch in gaming performance.
No,
production, it's
really?
Still pretty strong, certainly stronger than the 2700 and 2700X, so across the board it's an improvement. You could consider something like a 5950X. Gets a little weird just because the pricing's higher there. You're in the 400s at that point. It is a good CPU. It's extremely efficient, but also if you're a production user who would be eyeing that over 5800X 3D, chances are probably you're trying to make money with your computer, and if that's the case, then there's a whole separate discussion to be had about modern 7000 series or Intel CPUs, something like a 7950X from AMD. But for gaming, the 5800X 3D is a clear winner to us, and a little bit cheaper than
always
that.
X3D, guys.
700X, which again
Until
wasn't
Intel
on
releases
chart,
something
but is
similar.
highly relevant and comparable to the 5800X non-3D for performance. That would be another good one to consider. That would be the lowest hassle possible upgrade, other than maybe just overclocking your 2700 if you haven't done it already. A new GPU would give you the most possible efficiency with the 5800X 3D in terms of performance per dollar. So if you're trying to go for, basically it feels like a completely new system for gaming without spending completely new system money, you replace two parts, hopefully. Keep an eye on the power supply. Go look up what you used last time, make sure that's going to be enough. And then you'll also want to check on the cooler. But in most cases, the cooler's probably fine, and you do well with the repaste anyway. It's the power supply that'll matter more if you do a GPU swap. One reminder too, a lot of people who see decay in performance over the years forget about an important aspect, which is that the operating system gets bloated as the computer ages. So if you're trying to save as much money as absolutely possible before pulling the trigger on an upgrade, it really might be worth trying to do an OS clean install, whether that's on a different partition or you replace it, whatever. But at least in my personal experience, I think I can speak from my team here. A lot of times when a system gets, say, 5, 6 years
I've been
old,
using the same Windows install for
OS,
like over a decade.
How much bloat's accumulated.
Source for that. No. Source. Nope. Source. Source. Yeah, you just.
The OS starts to slow down with age.
You installed something weird, and like LED software. Yeah, that will do it. LED software. There's a lot of weird shit that you can install, and it will definitely destroy your performance. You just don't realize what is doing it. And yeah, no. I have a very well meticulously taken care of system, and you don't need to reinstall Windows at all. That's like people using DDU to fix things. You don't need to use DDU unless you somehow corrupt your drivers. And then it doesn't uninstall or reinstall things properly along the way. And just updating your drivers, for instance, would fix it. But if you are getting corruption issues, it's probably either because your hard drive's going bad, you have an unstable overclock, or memory isn't operating at the right XMP profile, for instance, which also can do it if you didn't know that. If your motherboard is not recognizing the XMP or DOCP or whatever overclocking profile properly, it can lead to corruption issues due to memory having corruption issues. So, yeah.
Pretty overlooked angle here for a lot of people who are considering upgrades.
No. I
when you
disagree.
feel like the system's slowing down. So it's
Disagree.
worth considering if you haven't before. Ultimately, the 2700 and 2700X still work well in a lot of these scenarios. They hold
Disagree.
up decently in gaming. Some of the newer games give them a hard time, like Cyberpunk, for example, Starfield. But same priced options would be the 7700X or 14600K, roughly same price, plus or minus a bit, for modern CPUs. And both offer large uplift in performance, but nothing compared to a 7800X 3D. In gaming use cases, the biggest change you would get there is the I/O overhaul, if any of that is useful to you. If it helps you cope with it, or at least it gives us all some perspective, we did a quick inflation calculator lookup, and the $300 that the 2700 would have cost when it launched is about $370 today, US pricing after inflation, which is kind of close to a 7800X 3D. So at least the value of money has changed, but certainly performance has too. Anyway, that's all the numbers. Let us know what you want to see us revisit next so we can take a look at that for you. Please upvote each other for the different parts so we know what's popular out there, what most people have, because we want to target the things first that the most people in the audience use so we can provide the most useful information to everyone. I've got some ideas what those are, but I don't want to preload the answers. So post your comments below. We are specifically looking for CPU requests right now for additional revisits. But that's it for this one. Thanks for watching. As always, subscribe for more. You can go to store.gamersnexus.net.
Starfield, Cyberpunk, and then fiddling around with SMT and SMT options is very important. Hyperthreading SMT. Starfield, Cyberpunk, City Skyline is another big one. Definitely, as I'll show you guys here in a second, definitely uses your CPU, and there's plenty of people that are running into issues with their CPU because of it, with simulation speed. Good. Okay. Let's see. We are going to be playing. Oh, this the podcast section here, guys. We are going to be playing some Skylines tonight here. Good, good, good. Let's see. Yes. Okay. Enough podcasting, guys. Enough doing the do's. Keeping up with the stuff. Cities. I believe this coming week we are going back to Overwatch. As I mentioned, I don't think we're going to be doing multiple nights of this. We're probably just going to do maybe 1-2 nights here of Skylines. And then going back to Skylines, or going back to Overwatch 2. Which not sure about. It's either that or Dead by Daylight. Not sure what I want to do. Probably would be better viewer-wise for me to go to Dead by Daylight. It's in my headphones. Okay. I need to take a piss, wash my coffee cup out, grab a soda, grab a water. All the to-dos. Yes. What a beautiful city. Literally using 75% of 16 cores right now, guys. Yeah, so definitely scales. Definitely scales. Be right back. I gotta take a piss. Especially at 3x speed. Alrighty. What do we got going on here? Good. Backing up. Lots of buses on the highway. Not backing up. Bro, cars. Resource cost is vehicles. Despite having more than enough processing capacity, producers do not deploy enough trucks to pick up trash, which is why we still have garbage dumps, because they do for some reason. Recycling also does, for some reason. Push it down so it doesn't spin this. That's difficult. All right turn lanes that they're stuck in. Reason they don't want to go around the outside. Wait, so only the right lane can turn right? What? Fuck. I love when they do that. I really don't understand why only one lane can turn right. Brr. Bro. Be nice if you could have multiple turn lanes. Don't get why you can't. Let him go. Fantastic. Insta fix. Spin to win, guys. Put in an access road here. Let's see. We definitely need to move these back so I can put in roundabouts there. Pick digital, huh? Government buildings, why can't I put in a roundabout? That guy? Get rid of that as bulldoze it. You can't remove the fucking stops for some reason. Put them in, you can't get rid of them. Fucking curse of the tram stations, guys. Curse of the tram.
Driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we need to move this. This is turning into a bottleneck here. We need to move the both these guys back a little bit and then put in a tiny little access road. Fortunate. %85% of a 16-core processor, guys. Insane. 86. 87. And put those in until roundabouts help immensely with in this game. Help immensely with traffic. And small ones, and the larger ones help more, but small ones help immensely. Something to do with the traffic lights not being automated properly. Like there's no automation, it's just a set time interval, and that really, really fucks things up. Where in real life, traffic lights are dynamic. They change depending on how they're programmed. Someone programs them so, you know, a certain way that needs to have right away for traffic has longer. And then you have smart lights too, which will take into account the turn light having people in it, and they'll stay green longer, or they'll allow you a turn arrow or something like that. And not do that. Not move that? I don't think I can. They're always a pain in the ass to use. Ironically, the bigger building's easier to move. We're gonna have to redo the lines underground, but we'll be able to. Okay. Now, spin. Done. Pathfinding failed. What is this? Roundabout, fuck it up. Path to the fucking target. Right there. Has to be because we just put in roundabouts. Fucked up the pathfinding somehow. Station here? There's a station here that's now missing? Probably one of the shit, like, mass transit in this game is one of the least fun things to do. Least fun things to do. It takes a significant amount of time to plan things out, and then they don't even work well. And then people don't use it. Yeah. Right next door to an elementary school. High or low density? Or medium. Or a higher medium density. Yes. Alrighty. Good. Very little residential demand. It's just low and medium. Not a low. Is traffic? Why is that the only turn lane? We're having this here so they turn. God, good morning, Techno. I noticed chat's kind of chill today. Not the one. How you going, dude? Why multiple lanes can't turn? It again, look at that. That happening too now. I have to put in a roundabout on the highway? Stupid shit like this. Not use this lane. You want to have two lanes that can exit? Nope. Can't do. Now there's one lane here. It's basically the equivalent of what was happening there. Now we got two lanes, which we had to add into two different spots, apparently. Good. Game running any better? I mean, yes, but I have a really powerful computer, so I don't know. I've never really had problems running it besides the stuttering. And the stuttering's basically been cleaned up. Every time a building would level up, it would cause a stutter. That's been cleaned up. Do I still have FPS issues? Sure. But I have a 16-core processor and it's using like 83%. So, yeah. Good luck if you have an enemy. Look at it, just cleaned up. It's all cleaned up now, guys. Good. Rid of some of these. I don't know why these are. Last thing is you want pedestrians crossing into your highway areas. Yeah? You have an Epic? It's the only one, I mean, if you have 32 cores, you either have an HEDT or You're counting virtual cores as logical cores. So if you have SMT or hyperthreading on, it's going to double the amount of cores you have, but it's only virtual cores. They aren't real cores. Basically divided by 2. Unless you have an Epic, you could have a Threadripper, for instance, with 32 cores. Just talking about multi-threading. Oh, there's another one. Get rid of that thing. Like a plague, guys. Crosswalks are like a plague. Better jaywalk. It's being caused by pedestrians here. So if it's highway, there's no sidewalks. They can't walk across it.
Has been issued for the immediate
Redone this intersection so many times.
Please exercise caution if you must drive, and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
You're listening to Second Moon, the epitome of classical listening at home or wherever you roam.
Our story this hour, Kim is
Good?
on scene
Good.
outside
Yep.
abandoned building.
That's right, Jim. This decaying shell.
High resource, high resource.
Sweeping the city. People are being laid off. The industrial sector is on the verge of collapse, and worryingly, crime is on the rise.
Thanks, Kim.
Yep,
Always gotta
this
watch
is
out
not.
for crime, not to mention collapsing buildings. We'll have more after this.
For our feature story this hour, we're going live to Kim, who is...
They merge way too soon. Like, if they're going through a roundabout, this guy could literally just drive over here and drive down that lane and then merge later on. Well, he did do that. But, like, when they cut in front of the trucks, like, literally right here on the side, then it fucks up the turn lane. Despite all the distance they can merge in.
Not long ago, it would open its doors to lines of customers 7 days a week. Now the place is shuttered, like most of the commercial buildings on this once thriving city block. And the question on everybody's minds, how could it have come to this?
Thanks, Kim. We'll have more with Kim after the break.
Put in a bypass lane. Stupid, but it tends to work. Like we did on the other side, since they don't allow multiple places to turn. Better. Guy's still broken? Yeah. We've tried to fix this one multiple times too. And trying to get multiple turn lanes out of a roundabout, very, very difficult. This is done. This isn't a normal roundabout. This is done with 7-lane one-way to make a roundabout. Yeah. Well-being office, don't really care. Elementary school capacity again. Speed, sorted mail. Wonder if this means, like, sorted mail must be after it's sorted? Sorting facilities or post facilities in general have been kind of another part of the game's broken right now. Ah, there's a park somewhere that I can go to, maybe. Uh-huh. Kind of weird. We had a lot of our residential demand. Now we have nothing. A highway bypass over here, yep. Okay. Giant clusterfuck. Again, another ramp that has 2 off lanes and they only use 1. I think we put in roundabouts here at one point and it made everything worse. So we went back. There are traffic lights here right now. Go lights? Right. Huh? Perfect. Good. So this lane, merging into the roundabout, can turn right. It can go right. Down here, but we don't always get that option. Also, probably should stop them from turning left if this is going to be an issue. No. No left turn. Work. No. F. God. Maybe you can't change? Make it so they can't turn on a... You definitely can. I've done it before. It's just sometimes the game's wonky with how it allows you to put down signs. Turn left here still. I don't want them turning left.
How delightful! Another letter from our erstwhile listeners. What's up, honey? Me and my sister...
I think I was thinking about putting another 8-lane in, like down here.
Y'all got clarinets and violins, but you got something most music these days ain't. Let me guess. Lineage traced back to the great Haydn himself? Let's see here. Y'all got soul. Oh, yes. Soul. A raison d'etre? My sisters say whoever you got playing the keys...
Oh my god, good morning, Idwin. Look who's late. Look who's late again. Every day. Every day. Doesn't respect us at all. Always late.
Most exacerbating. Classical music has been known since the time of the early explorers. Funk, by contrast, is an entirely modern conceit, and you'll find none of that here. Funk, as they say, is for the lay person. Now, let's hear another one of those soulful cants.
For our feature story, we're on the streets with Kim this hour, taking the pulse of the city. So, Kim, what's the word on the street? Tell us what you're hearing.
It's more what I'm smelling, Glenda. I have to say, it just plain stinks around here. Gross. And these concerned citizens agree.
That's hardly news. There hasn't been any trash collection for who knows how long.
Lies, slander.
Diapers, fish guts, and... Oh,
Lies and slander.
I can't stand to think about it, let alone smell it. And the piles...
Trying to tear down this office, guys. That's what's going on here.
Growing and growing and
Gee, we're not doomed.
You heard it here, folks.
That-
We're not doomed. It's still pretty stinky, though.
That's good to hear, Kim. We'll be back after this.
Lies and slander.
We're live, and we're getting reports about a traffic accident.
There was last week, I think earlier in the week, that helped things without some things. However, we didn't really play it because it was finishing up Starfield. We're done with Starfield, by the way, guys. So no more Starfield.
If you're in it, you,
Maybe if there's a DLC or something. We'll probably be going back to Overwatch this coming week. Maybe tomorrow or the day after.
drive safe.
Insulting. The bypass is getting backed up over here. Or is it for the bypass to get around the traffic jam at the roundabout? This shit, see where it switches lanes? It's next to impossible to get rid of. I tried. Use a 4-lane, it only gives you like 2. Problem we're still gonna have to deal with. I believe last time we were putting in mega roundabouts, which we are probably gonna do again. Oh, rip that guy. Why are those there? I don't know. So everyone wants to get on the side lane here to get on the highway. You take care of that. Okay. Okay. This may need some help here, guys. Pretty good. Not far enough back. The bypass lane isn't far enough back so they can actually get around the roundabout without hitting the traffic jam first. Good. Not so good. Almost no one's going straight. What? Who put in trams? What a terrible idea using trams in this game. Ever do that? Transformer? Yep. Good. Thing is, when you do the lane upgrades, you have to rezone like everything again. Again. Yo. To get rid of the tram guys. We did something. I don't remember. Oh. You have to use the upgrade tool, then right-click. Okay. Still can't get rid of the station. The station's an abomination. Does not go away. There we go. Good? Oh my god, Fairchild! Looks so serious. This is serious work, dude. Lives are at stake here. You have no idea. Yep. Good. Well, if this remotely reflected real life, I would agree with you. It is a huge, huge pain in the ass to use mass transportation in this game. You have to, like, meticulously micromanage every aspect of it, and it makes it a huge chore to put in. And then even after you put it in, a lot of people don't even use it because the simulation's broken. So, yeah. Not super amazing. Turn lane here. Regardless of how big it is, guys, there's only one turn lane. What the fuck? Everyone wants to turn right. Not always the way it goes, is it? Talent. One turn lane here. Good? That's a pain in the ass. The roundabouts in this game are like cheating roundabouts. Unless you build a real one, you can't really put something in the middle. They're just there. Assholes. Only one turn lane. It's not... Put in another turn lane? Turn lane bypass? This is why I started installing manual roundabouts to have more options as far as microwaving the traffic that's going in and out of them. There's plenty of police stations. I even have one with a chopper. Now, we have an issue. Oh my god. Glad I wasn't coming home from work. Nope. Pile of ash remains. No wonder he couldn't get to my stream on time. It's a shame. Trying to figure out how to do traffic without using the ginormous fucking huge. Dead. Don't even work that well. The double roundabout's basically the best answer, which is this guy. Single, which is what we got going on there. Can't really tell because this isn't really being taxed that much because they go in all the way. They're stuck here.
Due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive, and try to stay off the streets
Crash.
until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
That was truly superfluous. Masterful counterpart. You're listening to Second Moon Radio, the station of levitated tastes. Don't touch that dial.
And on to our main feature story. The commercial district is booming as the area is attracting more high-end stores, bringing the latest in luxury to our neighborhood.
Try increasing the distance. Bigger usually makes them better and work better.
Or so my wife tells me.
Certain point.
That's good for business and
Get
good
this.
for the community.
Thanks, Jim. We'll be back after this. Industry in the region is on the rise, and when business is doing well, that floats our boats.
There's no sinking this boat, Glenda.
Good. I have a subway, which works reasonably well. We had a tram system at one point that was terrible. Almost no one used it, and it took up lanes of traffic. Now we basically have, like, buses, I guess. And trains are basically trams or subways anyways, so there's options of mass transit in the game, but they don't work very well. They're pretty terrible. Kind of weird considering what this game is. Forces them to lane change in order to get out. Oh, there we go. If I did this just as a 4-lane, they could camp that outside lane. That's not what we want. This is a problem. This is a problem. So the reason this is not a 4-lane and instead is a 6 is because when you do this, it limits the number of lanes that are actually willing to exit or can exit. Which is not what we're looking for. Exit lanes. Not 4, despite it being 4 lanes. I don't know why. You have to go 1 higher. Correct number of exit lanes. Like that. Crosswalks. Fuck that shit. little bit of correction going on there. They'll fix it. And that fix made more distance from merging, and seems to have fixed the issue with the contention. Good. Turn lane. This is still slightly broken. Sometimes the cars do really stupid shit while they're course correcting themselves, as you can see right now. It's whatever's going on right here. There's people bypassing them in the turn lane. The fuck is going on there? Look at that. Yep, traffic still has issues in this game, guys. It really does. Fix that. There's this. This is always an issue over here. Black Friday's a scam? Not really a scam. Depends on what kind of shit you want to buy and when you want to buy it. Got a little bit of a backup here, guys. I can only turn. There's only one lane, which is this one. I have to merge into the outside lane if they want to get across. There should be two. Oh, it's a highway. We don't want that. Guess they had something going on there. So now they have two lanes that can go straight instead of one. Okay. This, I think, is still clearing up. This is partially caused by this, and then by what was going on over here. Oh, we got a little oh my god. Little something going on there, guys. Get a weird thing here. Why the fuck is this happening? It was like a singular point. Why? Why?
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
What kind of
Try that.
future does music
Is my
have
turkey day pretty
that
good?
look to its past? Well, I say the question speaks for
Were you here yesterday,
We're
Slane?
on Second Moon. We know.
Lots of turkey, got really fat,
Both eyes
rolled around the ground in pain.
behind.
This just
Uh,
in. If you're thinking about
Ordered almost nothing on Black Friday.
delays on the major roads, especially during rush hour.
Good to know, Jim.
Sad.
Seems like everyone is in a hurry to get somewhere fast. It's worth slowing down. And if you can, plan your trip outside the rush.
Oh, I don't know. I'd rather wait an hour in traffic than to have to start thinking about everything all the time.
Let's do the same thing we did on the side there. Let's turn this into, we
And
can't, this
on to
5
our
is the
main
most you can do.
feature story. The commercial district is booming as the area is attracting more high-end stores, bringing the latest in luxury to our neighborhood. You can now shop for designer shoes while sipping a fancy local Jarva mate. Or so my wife tells me. That's good for business and good for the community.
Thanks, Jim. We'll be back after this.
The assholes that come off this ramp go right into the lane here instead of like doing like. Back even further. I watched season 2. It's pretty good. Yeah, watched it. Well, not pretty good. It was above average. Season 1 was terrible, though. I'd even say the series would be probably decent if season 1 wasn't so horrible. Very little political grandstanding. At least they tried to write something. That's a breath of fresh air, as goes nowadays. Using the later turn lane. Almost no one's using the later turn lane. And then the fuckers from the other side are trying to use the close turn lane. Good. No good deals. You could get a 5800 X3D for 280. There's plenty of good deals. Depends on how much money you want to spend, though. Turn lane again. Hmm. No. Really likes pulling that center lane out, doesn't it? Due to the weird geography going on here. I think we got it. I would highly recommend an X3D. But if you want to buy something cheaper than that, you're probably going to look at something like that. Reason we don't have a straight lane here, though. Use that gray lane. Yeah. Seems like you always have to go like +1, even though we have 4 lanes here. You think 4 lanes would just be optimal, but it always seems like you have to go one more. happening. Let's see. It's on sale for $290. Still on sale for $290. And then if you're at a micro center, you get an even better deal with the motherboard and memory. 12700 is not bad. It's not a 1500 X3D though. I refuse to use anything other than X3D chips now. After having one, it makes a huge difference. Well, assuming you play in first-person shooters, it makes a huge difference, noticeable. And it shows up in benchmarks, but if you don't want to spend $290 and you want to spend $200 instead, goes. DDR5 is better than DDR4. Realistically, it doesn't really matter. Outside of whatever might actually utilize it. Gaming is not going to matter. Well, they aren't backed up as far anymore. They aren't backed up as all right there, and they aren't backed up there. Still backed up. How that changes things. Sometimes faster entry speed is better, sometimes slower is better. Depends. Oh, they aren't stuck there anymore. Stuck there now. Take a while to fix itself. Once again, the double roundabout seems to be relatively clear, which is this guy right here. The single roundabout has issues. Still gets backed up, but when it does, it's on the off ramps and in between, not on the highway. Try that.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive, and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
What kind of future does music have if it doesn't look to its past? Well, I say the question speaks for itself. Here on Second Moon, we know you can't move forward unless
That
you
squishes
keep
the
steadily
highway
turning
lanes
on
into 2
what's
lanes,
behind you.
which then leaves 1 lane purely for the
For our
on-ramp
feature
when it
story
enters.
this hour, we're going live to Kim, who is downtown investigating the story behind our declining commercial zones. So, what exactly is driving this sudden downswing in business? Kim?
Good
Backed up
question,
all the way
Glenda.
back here.
I'm standing outside what used to
Fuck.
be one of the busiest
Still
stores
doing
in
one of
the
those
city.
weird merging
Not
things.
long ago, it would open its doors to lines of customers 7 days a week. Now the place is shuttered, like most
Right.
of the commercial buildings on this once thriving city block. And the question on everybody's minds, how could it have come to this?
Thanks, Kim. We'll have more with Kim after the break.
This just in from traffic. If
Sometimes
you're
that fixes
thinking
it.
about hitting the streets,
The
you can expect
subsections.
delays on the major roads, especially during rush hour.
Sometimes they don't like where there's like where the highway pieces connect or road pieces connect. For some strange reason, it causes the AI to bug out. No idea why.
Oh, I don't know. I'd rather wait an hour in traffic than to have to start thinking about everything all the time. Besides, if I did that, I'd never get anywhere.
Place of contention now completely fixed. Outside lane's trying to get in and the inside lane's trying to get out. Yeah? Good? Good, good. Good time, guys. 1 second. Alrighty. All clear now. Clearing up. Mm-hmm. And it's backlogged all the way to the other intersection. Oof. Yep. Yep. Hmm. I see. What's going on? Why do you not want to blossom into a beautiful roundabout, guys? Why? Why? Bust up. Well, at least that fixes itself relatively easily. Like that the lines will realign themselves when you realign. Oh! You move stuff around. Right. Still a full, you know, like the processing capacity, I don't really understand on these incinerators, guys. Because we have full garbage dumps, and they should be emptying the garbage dumps, and they aren't. They used to. After they changed them a bit, now it seems like the trucks never If we do this. That. We delegate, essentially delegate, the city-wide collection to the garbage dumps themselves, and the incinerators then just dump garbage dumps. Hopefully. Because of the buildings. It'd be fucking nice if you could actually just, back a little bit. Wonder if you can realign it after a roundabout. Let's find out. Probably not gonna work. Yeah, it doesn't like the little, like the bulge, guys. You know, it's a little bit too much. Fuck.
You're listening to Second Moon Radio with J. Thomas Hornbuckle, and we're presenting some of the finest classical music on the air. Keep that dial right here.
For our feature story, we're on the streets with Kim this hour, taking the pulse of the city. So, Kim, what's the word on the street? Tell us what you're hearing.
It's more what I'm smelling, Glenda. Gross.
Always complainers.
There hasn't been any trash collection for who knows how long. There's rotting food, dirty diapers, fish guts, and oh God, I can't stand to think about it, let alone smell it. And the piles of filth just keep growing and growing and growing and growing.
Can it, Eugene? We're not doomed.
You heard it here, folks. We're not doomed. It's still pretty stinky, though.
This is a tram?
We'll be back after this.
Tram said no.
We're live, and we're getting reports about a traffic accident somewhere in the city.
Road maintenance services have already been dispatched, and traffic flow should...
I don't understand why I can't delete it.
But if you're planning a quick trip out, you might want to wait a little while until everything clears up.
If you're in it, you already know about it. No use reminding you. Meanwhile, expect delays and drive safe.
A ballet of trash trucks, guys. Oh, yes. There's a lot of them. Absolutely ridiculous number of them. Bigger spin to win. You're doing good. An issue. This might be too long. One ways? What the fuck? Okay. Okay. That may be part of our issue right here, is we're literally dumping all the traffic from these down here. Now, doodle. They were all one ways. Yeah, that would have been a problem. That's a problem. Yep. Yes, sir. Literally dumping everything, including the garbage trucks, into this tiny little corridor. Fix the glitch, guys. That was a glitch. It's okay. Gonna take some time to clear out, though. Right. Are the incinerators going to the garbage dump? I assume so. That guy. Nope. Why? Why? Subway? Very nice, by the way. Why can't we do this one? Why? This is height? Why we can't get rid of that? It's not connected. I don't want it to be there. Like a one-way. Okay, well, I guess, despite the fact you can actually put a roundabout into an area that has a tram track in it. Make these, because this is such a long stretch, make those 4 wide. Garbage dump is backed up. I have to put a large, yeah, like straight through there. Large 8-lane through there. Fix that. Yeah. You guys are still being assholes, apparently. Okay. Starting to build up probably due to rush hour. This is fixed. After we change this to a highway, I think that gives them more right away when they enter the street than if they're operating at the same speed as the street. Yeah, you know. Oh, this turns into a... Oh, it's a train track. Anemic highway coming into our town. Anemic. Yep. Yep. I had to change lanes to go on the highway. I see. That's cleared up. Oh. That's an issue. That's a problem. And recycling plants are fixed now. Yeah. We changed the operating area to right here. The only thing that can operate is right here, but yet the incinerators are off doing stuff somewhere else. I don't understand. Like, we literally gave them the only operating area for the incinerators is right here. And they decided they aren't going to do it. Yeah. Alrighty. You know. Stuff and things, things and stuff. Really like that side road for some reason. Instead of going straight. Wanted to be an asshole, we could make it so you can't actually go out of the roundabout this way. Onto the street this way. Make that a one way right there. Why'd they choose to go all the way over there instead of go right here? But here we...
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate
Do that.
area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive, and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
Pending updates to our power grid, the city will be experiencing rolling blackouts.
Get fucked.
We urge the public to remain calm during these breaks in service and to follow the guidelines on the city's website on how to plan for these temporary events. This has been a local public service announcement.
This is Second Moon with J. Thomas Hornbuckle. Before we dive into our next selection, I'd like to take a few moments.
Where are you going? Where are you guys going there? Huh? Huh? That's one way. You can't get in there. Fuck off. Fuck off!
We'll be dancing through the al dente section before entering the slower largo movement, finally, then savoring the vivacious antipasto movement. So, without further ado, let's raise the curtain.
Gathering trucks in general seem to be broken. It's not just this, by the way. The post office is the same way, too.
And we're getting reports about a traffic accident somewhere in the city.
Road maintenance services have already been dispatched, and traffic flow should return to normal. But if you're planning a quick trip out, you might want to wait a little while until everything clears up.
If you're in it, you already know about it. No use reminding you. Meanwhile, expect delays and drive safe. We've recently been having what some are calling the worst kind of luck there is. That's right. Today, we are talking about the increased likelihood that you'll die.
See if there's post office. It's like the weird thing is, like, we go here, yeah. Even though we have collection and we have mailboxes all over the place, it doesn't matter.
Did you say panic? She said panic. The death rate is
Post office, the
skyrocketing.
trucks
We gotta
don't
get
go
out
out.
of here.
It's just like the incinerators. Doesn't use them properly.
We'll be back after this.
Don't send no trucks to gather the mail. Definitely an issue right now. So transporting is when it returns or goes from one facility to another, which is what we want to see. That's from the landfill. Dump truck goes to a garbage truck. For hearse. Another place that doesn't deploy vehicles properly. We're actually doing that. Before we've checked there and they haven't been. Are our crematoriums. Nice. Go to 40. At capacity, I guess. Oh, light residential, so it's not a big deal. Person out, guys. Oh, yeah. That. Do another. Beautiful. Good. Fun, fun, fun. Where are traffic jams? The spin to win is broken? Kind of. It spins, it very slowly spins, but it spins. Now we might have to update with a big spin to win. Mega spin. Mega spin. Bum, 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 bum. Exactly. Yeah. Traffic jam brought to you by buses. Hate the mass transit in this game, guys. I really do. Our commercial's starting to come back. Commercial demand's starting to come back. You're a residential demand, though. Interestingly enough, yeah. Yep. Uh-huh. Yep, they're just trying to get over the turn lane. Yeah, like, fuck this shit, I'm going in the side lane. I'm just gonna make a 90-degree turn in the middle of the highway. I mean, we could try just removing the mega roundabout and doing a pre-built intersection for our comparison point here. The uterus. Maybe it'll save us all. So fucking big. Good. Car-centric city? We have mass transit. They don't like using it. Mass transit in this game really sucks. At least till they fix it. Requires a significant amount of micro. And guarantee they're going to use it. Badly. We had trams for a bit, tore all those out because they just took up a lane of traffic and no one used them. You have a subway, put in buses. And during rush hour, it'll do that. Rebuilds all take so much fucking space, though.
Recent spikes in demand have led to temporary local shortages in the city's fresh water supply. The public should be aware that we are struggling to get the situation in hand.
Are we?
This has been a local public service announcement. A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to conditions. Please
Radio's lying again.
if you must drive, and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
This
An election.
is Second Moon Radio, classical for the modern age. Unlike most
Election cycle?
music, classical has always been penned by someone sitting in front of a sheet of blank paper, using only their imaginations as guides through a silent, audible masterpiece. Now, here we sit, listening at full volume and our souls are transported. But let us not tarry.
It's kind of like the double roundabout I already have, which does work pretty good.
We're
Over here, this guy.
We're getting reports about a traffic accident.
At the single roundabout, I don't think the single roundabout works as good as the
Road
double.
maintenance services have already been dispatched, and traffic flow should return to normal.
Eventually,
If you're
the sides
planning a quick
fill up,
trip out,
or
you
the center
might
fills
want
up,
to wait
which
a
is
little
actually the
while
turn
until
lane.
everything clears up.
If you're in it, you already know about it. No use reminding you. Meanwhile, expect delays and drive safe. We've recently been having what some are calling the worst kind of luck there is. That's right. Today, we are talking about the increased likelihood that you'll die.
That's not exactly what an
Hmm.
increased death rate measures.
Either way, if everybody is dying, that gives me the creeps.
That's a wild overstatement. Are you trying to make people panic?
Did you say panic? She said panic. The death rate is skyrocketing. We've got to get out of here.
You go, I'll stay and clear up the mess. We'll be back after this.
Christ. Yep. Just a little bit big there, guys. We could also make a mega roundabout. Mega boat and see what happens with that. You can only do so much with the pre-made ones. They're only so big. It doesn't allow enough space for mergers. Generally only one turn lane, which is really weird. Guy can only go straight. There's only one turn lane. Despite it being a roundabout, there's only one turn lane, which is the outside edge. Unless you make a custom one, which is what I did over here on the side. That only goes so far. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what exactly I want to do with it. We've tried a shitload of things here before we're on our current iteration. All things considered, that's not super bad. This is pretty bad, though, because it backs up the highway. This. Always at the like it's at the little piece here where it merges, right there. In the roads. Really dumb stuff right at the line here. When the AI starts bugging out, it's right at the line. However, this is still a mess. Tried highways, we've tried streets, we tried a normal roundabout. We tried bypasses. I'm thinking about throwing one back in just for... Wants to turn right. Got one to work before. Not exactly what we're looking for. Big mess there. Good. Happens with that. Uh-huh. Perfect. Oh, it's all the cross traffic. They want to get across the different lanes on the sides. Electricity cross too much. Yeah, it likes merging at exactly the same point, and it causes a lot of contention. I always like merging at exactly the same spot. Except that guy. That guy's like, fuck you guys. Oh. You're going over the top. Go. Ready. Nope. Now no one... It's like that we've done this before, and one of the problems we had is everyone wanted to take the bypass. They didn't want to go through the roundabout, which then just created a bottleneck here. We did one right here on the side. Everyone wanted to take the bypass. No one wanted to go through the roundabout anymore. An ideal world, you know, sure. Except it backs up like all the lanes. Yeah, do you, dude? This isn't an issue. Uh-huh. Houston, we have a backup. This is down to the single roundabout again. So far back that they can't use the bypass. I think the single big roundabout is a failure. We have to do like a double roundabout on like the lower traffic sides. So right here, like a straight through, and then right here, and then right here for the on-ramp and the off-ramp that would then merge.
Blackouts. We urge the public to remain calm during these breaks in service and to
I think a single round, big roundabout doesn't work well. The areas of contention as they merge.
Been a local public service announcement.
Recent spikes in demand have led to temporary local shortages in the city's fresh water supply. The public should be aware that we are struggling to get the situation in hand.
Lying. They're lying. It's always misinformation, guys. They're lying. They're straight line right now. So this emptied out this area, right? It emptied that out, but this is borked up back there. Ah!
We're live, and we're getting reports about a traffic accident somewhere in the city.
Road maintenance services have already been dispatched, and traffic flow should return to normal. But if you're planning a quick trip,
works all right. This right here works pretty good.
Until everything clears up.
If you're in it, you already know about it. No use reminding you. Meanwhile, expect delays and drive safe.
A housing shortage is driving up prices.
You have to put the roundabout on the low flow area.
That's not all good news. We're joined today by an expert guest, Professor.
Yeah. Sounds like you had a good Thanksgiving. Good for you.
For the people trying to move here, right?
Humans are programmed to desire certain representations.
Not being caused by this. It's being caused by this guy right here.
Which are entirely apart from the actual rewards enjoyed. For example, consider capital.
One final question, Professor. Is the housing shortage going to make me richer?
By certain metrics, perhaps yes, in the short term.
I like the sound of that.
But what we are discussing is the study of a statistical abstraction and its effect on the human
Thank you, Professor.
Definitely comes to there's an issue here with people trying to only use the bypass lane. That's not a good thing. Bypass lane's there for when the roundabout fills up. What that way? Always worked that way. Those guys are all trying to use the bypass. Oh, let's go take a look at where do we fuck them with the right turn only. It was over here, wasn't it? Fix the glitch. Turned that into a one-way, and now they all go to the major. where we want them to be. Have a problem here, guys. We have standstill. It's not... These guys are all stuck because those fucks want to turn left. And have multiple turn lanes. Those guys can't even flow through. Good. That's mainly caused by the highway backing up. This actually turns into a 2-lane here for the highway for a little bit. I think Mega Roundabout's a failure, guys. Starting to think Mega Roundabout's a failure. Let's see. Yes. Okay. Time for surgery. Buddy. Have to do a little angle banger. I don't know if I want to run it into here because we have to put entry and exit highways on it. There. I mean, theoretically, we could just move it over too, couldn't we? That would be why we need to move it over. Is that going to become... Don't know. Find out, though. Oh, well, that works now. Perfect. Not really, but perfect. That's not going to work. Because we need to have an off-ramp off the highway to go into the roundabout. Fuck is the sound we just heard? We're in animation. Pause, it's the sound of the stadium going on there. We need more room than what's going on here. That's fine, we can push it out down south. Oh, you can just use page up, page down to do that. That's convenient. Yeah. Right. Mean. It's the stadium. What is this game? It is a simulator. City building simulator. Right now we are trying to fix our traffic flows, which are pretty terrible. I mean, I guess maybe we could go over the top with that side and go around the side. Be horrid at first. Well, optimizing here. Lots of optimizing. Let's just get her running first. Crosswalks. What do you mean it's too steep to remove the crosswalk? What do you mean the slope is too steep to remove the crosswalk? How does that even fucking work? Now it tells me it's too steep? After it's already connected? Good. Yes, hello. I said hi. I said hi, I addressed your question. Hello, hi. 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 Hello, hi.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road
Yeah.
conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local...
Pop it out a little bit
service
further, I
announcement.
guess, like
A
that.
driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive, and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
Second Moon Radio with your host, J. Thomas Hornbuckle. Tune in tomorrow for a second chance to hear the music of
Yeah.
yesteryear.
This just in from traffic. If you're thinking about hitting the streets, you can expect
That only allows you to
delays on
turn.
major roads, especially during rush hour.
Good to know, Jim.
Go around,
Seems like
which means that right
everyone's
lane
in a
is going to
hurry
build
get
up with
somewhere
traffic.
fast. It's worth slowing down. And if you can, plan your trip outside the rush.
Oh, I don't know. I'd rather wait an hour in traffic than to have to start thinking about everything all the time. Besides, if I did that, I'd never get
Good.
And on to our main feature story.
Make it look like Europe. Not really the way it works.
The area is attracting more
And I do have some European buildings in here as well as NA buildings.
You can now
As far as
shop
traffic
at
management goes, it has nothing to do with the way things work in real life. It's about
Or so my wife tells me. That's good for
how the
business
AI works in the
and
game.
Good for the community.
Thanks, Jim. We'll be back after this.
Now only one offshoot. Merging, guys, is like nothing like what it is in real life. Maybe it is? Good. Yeah, I can still see your messages after you delete them. Okay. So we're probably gonna do a 5-lane and then have it turn into a 3 again, like we did with the other side. Be the best way of addressing that. Same with the 3 to 5 to a 3. Broken. There you go. Oh, we have a slip lane. Good. Good. Build a driving school. There's an what the fuck's a driving school? Must have seen why there's no traffic in Europe. I mean, mass transit that I already have that's broken in the game? This is not real life. Games are not real life. It would be great if it worked well, but the mass transit's broken in the game right now. So, it takes forever to set up, and it's not very good, and people don't use it. This is not akin to real life. This isn't the same thing as real life. Tries, it is trying, but they're currently very buggy. So ideally, we should be better off than we were before with the single roundabout. Also, real life has a lot of roundabouts too, if you're in Europe. That's an issue. Backing everything up, guys. It's clogged. What the fuck's going on here? They're waiting to turn, which is now backed up, which is backing up the normal street. Good. Good. That's what I look forward to. Lovely. A lot of space with nothing on them. They go forever. People from Europe that have come to the US, pretty popular take on it is, I didn't realize you could just drive forever and not run into anything. In Europe, when you're in Europe, because I've been to Europe multiple times, in Europe, when you're driving, basically you always run into a town. Like every 10 miles, there's just like a town. You just run into it. The US, you can drive for 60 miles and not hit something. Very different. One turn lane here. I don't understand the roundabouts in this game. They're definitely broken. So despite the fact that we have multiple lanes here in the roundabout, only one turns to the right. But more than one should turn to the right. Fucking weird. Technically, they could just go straight and go around and then go shoot through it. Which would be terrible, but they could do that. Because once they're in the roundabout, they can obviously exit in multiple lanes. But when you're going into the roundabout, only one lane can turn right. That's fucking dumb. The bug. I'm pretty sure this is a bug with how the roundabouts work right now. Yeah, they all only have one turn lane on them. I do not know Hindi, and please keep it English, because I don't speak any other language except English. That's unfortunate. Really wish you could customize the roundabouts better. The number of lanes, the entry points, exit points, and where they have turns, and you could eliminate some of the turns that go around the whole thing. Reduce cross traffic. Crosswalk here. Die, crosswalk. Die, die. Good. Oh, yeah? I don't speak Hindi. I literally said that I only speak English. I can't speak Hindi. And please do only speak English, because I only understand English. Highways near you are always bumper-to-bumper traffic? Yeah. There's only so much you can do. Especially with the way the traffic works in this game. It's not completely... Like, I love to be able to change a lot of this with mass transit. But it on there. Good junction point. Yep, look at that. Some weird anomaly with where the intersection is, the splices in the road. Reason. Exactly sure where the price of tea is coming to anything here, but I guess as much as constantly telling me to speak Hindi does, so I guess just go with it. That's a problem. Did we make it better? I don't think so. I think it might actually be worse now. And just kind of get stuck.
You're tuned into Second Moon, the channel where the classics never grow old.
Good?
We've recently been having what some are calling the worst kind of luck there is. That's right. Today we are talking about the increased likelihood that you'll die.
That's not exactly what an increased death rate measures.
Either way, if everybody is dying, that gives me the creeps.
That's a wild overstatement. Are you trying to make people panic?
Did you say panic? She said panic. The death rate is skyrocketing. We've got to get out of here.
You go, I'll stay and clear up the mess. We'll be back after this.
Good.
For our feature story, we're on the streets with Kim this hour, taking the pulse of the city. So
Bloodshed have to do with traffic in a simulator.
It's more what I'm smelling, Glenda. I have to say,
Okay.
just plain and these concerned citizens agree.
That's hardly news. There hasn't been any trash collection for who knows how long. There's
False information.
food,
Misinformation.
diapers, fish guts, and oh, God,
Lying, guys.
I
They're lying.
can't stand to think about it, let alone smell it. And the piles of filth just keep growing and growing and growing and growing.
Can it, Eugene? We're not doomed.
You heard it here, folks. We're not doomed. It's still pretty stinky, though.
That's good to hear, Kim. We'll be back after this.
Appears as though things are not working properly here, guys. Flows like water. It's because it meets up with that road there too fast. Fuck. Oh, it's a school with an attached stadium. Ah! Is this a high school? High school. Hi, high school. Yeah. Fortunate we have to do this, but necessary to smooth out the entrance and exit way to the highway. Better. There's too much contention because of the angle they had to take to the other roundabout. So again, only one turn lane there, guys. It's fucking weird. So when they're in the roundabout, they can use any of the lanes to exit, but if they're entering the roundabout, they can only use one lane to exit. Good. USA's okay. Got him. Got him good. You got me. I'm from the US. Fuck is going on here, guys? Look at this. Look at this thing right here. It's literally where it comes off the top. It's this fucking thing. Try re-putting it in. Alright, let's see if this works. Oh, little number there, guys. It doesn't like it. No idea why. Stuck in the same spot? The answer is... Like I said, there are still bugs with this game, guys. There's really weird glitches. You can try all you want to try and fix things and optimize, like roadways. There's some spots that just are broken. You have to manually redo them. AI doesn't get hamstrung on it. Oh, well, this one works. Look how well this works. Magic. What's going on here? I'll be trying to turn left. Once again, I wish you could put in another lane here so this guy could go across the center here too. You have 2 lanes that spin instead of 1 lane. Yeah? Are you speaking for all people from India? Yeah. Guys. Alrighty, we've had pretty stagnant population here for a long time. Basically today we've been idling around 253 to 247 now. Thing the incinerators should be servicing are landfills. That's it. Landfills collect everything else in the city. Which actually looks like it's working. And for some strange reason, they only send out 1 truck. Landfill. No idea. There's stuff, like I said, there's still stuff broken in this game. I think we're only going to do tonight for cities. Maybe we'll revisit it after they patch it. But there are definitely some issues in here. Look, we got 3 lanes here. Look at that, there's 3 lanes here. And an inner turn lane, 1 turn lane. Here there's only 1. It helps immensely, by the way. Only has 1 on each side too. Oh. Want to expand it? Look at that. And only when I go to, it has to, you have to go to 5 lanes to get the inner one to expand. Well, if we do that, we can get it to expand to 3 lanes, maybe. Let's see. Alright, cities, there you go. That's what you really need to see. Ah. Yep. Yep. What cities wants, guys? Made this out of a highway. I should have done this with there. I don't want.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive and
Good.
try to stay off the streets.
You can't play this game. It's on the Play Store.
This has been
It's
a
$10 a month.
Second Moon Radio with your
If you can't
host,
afford it.
Jay
And that being
Johnson.
said, you're like, oh, I could just buy the game for $50. Well, are you going to play this game for 5 months or more than 5 months? Probably not. So far on the Play Store, I've played Starfield as well as City Skyline, and I've paid about $20. So, and this is probably going to be our last day of Skylines for a while.
I have to say, it just plain stinks around here. Gross. And these concerned citizens agree.
That's hardly news. There hasn't been any trash collection for who knows how long. There's rotting food, dirty diapers, fish guts, and oh God, I can't stand to think about it, let alone smell it. And the piles
Good.
of filth just keep growing,
Good.
growing and growing and growing.
Can it, Eugene? We're not doomed.
Fuck you,
Right
Eugene.
here, folks. We're not doomed. It's still pretty stinky, though.
That's good to hear, Kim. We'll be back after this. Interesting news from the city's export division. Sources tell us that our city has more services than we know what to do.
You only have a
And you
PS5.
know what that means, folks. It means we're not cutting things close enough.
Well, no. The point is we're selling it and bringing
On
money into
consoles,
local
it's
right.
very difficult to play simulators or RTS games on consoles, even though they've tried
could say
in years
that we're
past. Oh,
enjoying a
no,
positive
no, 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 no,
trade
no,
balance,
no, get out of
and
here.
The economy is booming.
Get out of here.
More after this.
That put it in two more lanes here for cross traffic. And like merging in this game is really, really, really slow. This happened basically around like 200,000 population, 220,000 is when the AI logic for merging became really dumb. It just started doing really stupid shit where it just like sits and waits. Like it has a bunch of traffic contention. The faster they're moving, the longer they wait too. Like they just have to have like a big buffer. Like look how long they take to stop. And then they just stop and wait, and then another guy comes in and then stop. Like it's not even like stop and go traffic in real life. Because stop and go traffic like gets compressed, right? This isn't compressed at all. It's just huge buffer areas. And the traffic lights themselves are not intelligent, which just makes it even worse. I have a 7950X 3D. I upgraded from that 8 months ago, 9 months ago. I don't think I updated it. 8 months ago. And I would never buy another non-X3D. If you are a first-person shooter player and you value responsive input, I would always buy an X3D chip. Or one with a giant cache. If Intel ever releases something with a giant cache. Same deal. But you can get 5900Xs pretty cheap too. And they're very good. I used one for a long time. A couple, 2.5 years, I think. Pretty good chip. And I used 8 cores of the 12 for gaming and 4 for just random shit outside of gaming. Which worked alright. People tell you don't cross the CCDs, and I think that's untrue at all. Completely. Make that big of a difference. People just scoff at games where it matters, and there isn't really any resources that say you shouldn't do that, besides just word of mouth and hearsay. You're giving me a gift on my birthday. Ah, I appreciate it. Thank you for gifting me. Kind of a shame. Roundabouts don't work very well in this version compared to what they used to. Higher the pop, the worse they seem to work. It has something to do with the simulation fucking up in the background while this is going on. It has nothing to do with the amount of traffic flowing into them either. It's something to do with all the traffic in the city being simulated. Traffic. They're fucking pedestrians. Where the pedestrian walks, would it be better? Don't know. Like they don't just yield, they just like stop. So if we change it to highway, there aren't people that cross. Downside is it seems as though the traffic has more contention when people are moving faster. When the vehicles are moving faster, the gap between vehicles gets wider. It makes things worse. What the fuck is going on here now? It's literally wherever there's like a little... What are you even doing? I don't know, guys. See, there's weird shit like that. And you can't go around your entire city looking for that. Things considered, this isn't even that horrible. Oh, that's underpass. Good. Goody good. The fuck? All the vehicles trying to get into the right lane to turn. Because there's only one turn lane here. I have a NASA. I have a Trip X. What do you mean NASA? Look at that. Trip X Space Center. Launching Starship every 3 months. And here too. Look at that. It's right here. What are they even doing? Can't get anywhere in the city without running into a traffic jam. No shit. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. Devs. I mean, this actually is... It looks like it cleared it up. This is something else. This is broken. There's something going on here. Once again with the crossover piece. Make it. That. Kind of an issue right there. Weird shit with their merging. When they merge onto the highway, they just like stop before merging. All people trying to get into the right lane so they can turn at this one roundabout here. Despite it being a roundabout. Which a roundabout isn't just a turn lane. It's not just a one right turn lane, guys.
What kind of future does music have if it doesn't look to its past? Well,
so probably what we need to do is we need to redo this so we can get 4 lanes here. It looks like one of these lanes is broken too. Yeah, like look at that. Look, it only goes 4 around the side here, but only 2 on this side. Only has 1 turn lane too.
So, what exactly is driving this sudden downswing in business? Kim?
Good question, Glenda. I'm
Question,
standing outside
Glenda.
what used to be one of the busiest stores in the city. Not long ago, it would open its doors to lines of customers 7 days a week. Now the place is shuttered, like most of
What are
the
you even doing? Look at that.
on this once thriving
What are you
city
doing?
block.
Oh,
And the
fucking
question
people.
on everybody's minds, how could it
We could get rid of it once again if we shifted to a highway. Highways have more contention issues, though.
We're live, and we're getting reports about a traffic accident somewhere in the city.
Road maintenance services have already been dispatched, and traffic flow should return to normal. But if you're planning a quick trip out, you might want to wait a little while until everything clears up.
If you're in it, you already know about it. No use reminding you. Meanwhile, expect delays and drive safe.
Yep, someone missed a turn. Rip that guy. Good. Guys moving into here, very turn lane is just literally bottleneck. Go over here, and then we just put this guy here. Some strange reason. I can't make a multiple turn lane, guys. Oh, a single. Build a garden on a bank of a river. I think we have one somewhere. Oh, we got a park somewhere. More important fish to fry. Like, why? Why things don't work properly. Why there's only one lane in this roundabout. We're turning. distracted? You are not. Names. Managing better. Your roundabout seems to be having an issue over here. I mean, technically they're working. The one problem is with this guy right here with the one right turn lane that everyone ends up on. Office or a school. Lots of leeway there. Oh my god, the pedestrians. So highways don't allow pedestrian access, and normal roads do. Can't just shut it off either. If you turn off the crosswalks, they still walk around. And then they jaywalk. Ah, commercial. Lots of duplicate buildings in this game. Like, the buildings are slightly different from each other, so technically they're different, but they basically all share the same, like, base models, so they look almost identical. Compared to, like, something like SimCity, which has a bunch of different buildings in it. Smaller, though. Sending out up there it goes. Oh, high prices? Yeah. Cost hearses. What a hearses too. And more crematoriums. Good. done. Make burn the bodies, guys. Fucking, I don't even know how you do this with the cemetery. Cemeteries can only hold so many people, and only have so many vehicles, and we still have issues with dead building up, just dead everywhere. We added 2 more crematoriums earlier tonight. Vehicles. I mean, we could actually look at what's going on here with maybe services, production, material goods. Processing industry. Takes, looks like stone and water. How many stone do we? I fucking hate doing the specialized zoning. Because it has to do. Coal? Be like ore, right? Oh, right there. Metal ore. Processing makes whatever that is. That one over there on the side. It doesn't tell you what it is. Oh, here we go. Metals. It does take metal processing, which is then used for vehicles. There we go. I'll have a lot of deficit for vehicles. Yes? Water? Yes, plastics. Cakes. And, oh. Oil and then ore? You can mine minerals, ore? Stone can turn into minerals. Okay. Need ore. I think we have ore processing somewhere. Got oil. These guys don't actually hire people for some strange reason. No idea why. This is a shitload of employees. These guys could not find employees for some reason. Why? Good. Laborer. I have done labor in my life. Though I definitely don't make money on YouTube. Yeah, I'm definitely not a YouTube star right now. Ban this. Ah. Hey, look, guys, it's XD animation. Oh my god. This is what XD animation does. Drives off the road in the middle of nowhere. Yep, there's XD animation. There you go. Funeral services, crematorium. I mean, there is the demand, which seems insane. They kept up with. Good. Backed up again. I don't even know what to do about this, guys, at this point. Weird shit going on with the traffic. I don't think we're going to be able to fix the roundabouts until they release a patch, like optimizing the traffic flows. Lots of hearses. Lots of little orange guys. In Z use 0 to 40. That's full. Ah, the shit river. So beautiful. Look at that. Look at the shit bloom, guys. Isn't that wonderful? Stop being backed up. That's interesting. Office buildings have a lot of empty spaces. I mean, I have demand for office right now. Untrue, lies, slander. There's nothing. I don't like really doing these because it just takes up a shitload of land and they're a pain in the ass to deal with. Past the outflow pipes, guys, we have ourselves ore quarry. Good. Oh, there's that. One employee. All right. And stone? Needed stone. We have a place that needs to be, though. I literally just want to draw a straight path through the mountain. That's it. I don't want ground. Oh my god. Ah. Why? 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 Here we go, guys. A pain in the ass. Kind of looks that way. Work. There we go. All right. Now this guy. I think about underground stuff as a way of getting around. A way of getting around the build radius on these things, because you can't actually build over the top with like roads or anything. It's very... Make this predetermined grid, then you can't move it at all. Stays here forever.
Local authorities are urging the public to conserve water and reduce the burden on the city during this water shortage. Consider installing a low flush toilet.
They're trying to steal the election.
And shower with a friend whenever possible. This has been a local public service announcement. A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive, and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
You're back with Second Moon Radio, your second musical home from home. So settle back in your chair, pour yourself a glass, and prepare for another hour of musical delight. Tonight, we are doing a musical tour of Italia.
Yep.
Land of art and
All right.
Que bon,
Let him go.
as they say. And an aria inspired by the infamous Vivaldi shall be
Enough employees.
For our feature
Right.
story, we're on the streets with
You like my city? Good.
So, Kim,
We're in Zeno.
word on the street. Tell us what
Catch you later, dude. Enjoy your day.
Smelling, Glenda. I have to say, it just plain stinks around here. Gross. And these concerned citizens agree.
That's hardly news. There hasn't been any trash collection for who knows how long.
Lies and
Food,
slander.
dirty diapers, fish guts, and oh God, I can't stand to
Okay.
think about it, let alone.
So what we're trying to make automobiles? Maybe.
Growing and growing and growing and growing.
We're not doomed.
Metal takes ore processing, metals, which are used for automobiles.
That's good to hear, Kim. We'll be back.
Plastics are produced from
Recently been having what some are calling the worst kind of luck there is.
petrochemicals,
Today,
which
we
is
are
oil
talking about the
and
increased likelihood that you'll die.
That's not exactly what an increased death rate
gain,
measures.
which I don't really think we're gonna. We can't meet demand on that at all. So
That's a wild
Yeah.
overstatement. Are you trying to make people panic?
Did you say panic? She said panic. The death rate is skyrocketing. We've got to get out of here.
You go, I'll stay and clear up the mess. We'll be back after this.
takes gems and oil, and we produce oil already. Oil and wheat. Takes oil and petrochemicals. Kind of have everything. Raw resources, we have everything. Or metals. We already have metals, and we got gems. A bit. Not enough employees. I still understand why people don't drive out here to go to these guys. You go to this one, but not these two. No idea why. A capo here. No. I don't know how to fix that. I guess we could build a graveyard over here, another incinerator. So they seem to pound these things. Love incinerators, guys. Here we go. Lots of incinerators. Good and good. Okay. Alrighty. Lovely EU-style homes over here, guys. I don't remember homes in EU having backyards though. So. Nine out of 286. It's not even close to being full. I don't know. Like, even though we have a harbor here, guys, and it's hooked up and everything, it doesn't seem to matter. Like, we should be importing right now, vehicles, right? And we aren't really. See. Yeah? Not technically an accident either. Somehow that fucker just ended up in the other lane of traffic and he's not moving. What are these guys doing, guys? What's going on here? Like they're fucking each other while they're trying to do stuff. Where's this guy going? What's he doing? Our entire traffic jam is this delivery van here. Oh, he's just stuck. There's shit like that all over the city, guys. There's just stuff that you can't micromanage that just exists. Can't get anyone in the fuel plant. Petro in general. This guy has also never been full. Weird, because we actually need that and we can't fill it. Yep. Hipperstein. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we fucked them by making this out only, so they can't actually turn into it. I don't know why this is going on. See, like I said, there's just like the shit's all over the city, and there's nothing I can do about it. And who knows where my traffic would be if those actually didn't exist. Stuff like that was fixed. No. Out of 40 for some reason. The government vehicles all have issues. Oh, I don't know what that was. Government vehicles are all have issues where they don't actually deploy properly and they don't go and collect. Want another elementary school? Yay! I love elementary schools. Yay! Okay. Alright, I'll put another one in. Bulldoze a bunch of, low residential. Can't do anything about the high resource costs, guys. We need to import more vehicles. Way to do that. As a train station, maybe? We could put in a train station. Like over here. Just to add insult to injury, we could put it on the other, put a train station over here. Oh, that's a problem. Once again, there's like, look at all the open space in the roundabout, right? It's not even like, it isn't even like bumper to bumper traffic. It's just, they just spend so much time just like, chilling out and waiting for space. And it causes more contention while they just have this giant buffer area. Ah. Morning, Tim. Push-ups against the wall when you tinkle. Well, I mean, if you have a very articulate appendage, go for it. I mean, if you can somehow manage to aim while doing push-ups against the wall, all the more power to you. I think you'd have to install a urinal in your house to do that and be effective. And even then, it depend on the angle you're at, so maybe you'd have to get like a curved urinal or something like that that kind of situate itself. Ah. Uh-huh. Alright, Tim. Name an accident after Tim. There you go. What is going on here? What is this? See, like, how can I fix it? I can't fix this, guys. There's no way to fix this shit. This is broken. Like, it starts happening around 200,000. It's just, like, the traffic simulation gets a bit more loose and loosey-goosey, and then it gets really fucking weird. Started moving after I removed the pedestrian. Can't go through the roundabout to go through.
Pending updates to our power grid, the city will be experiencing rolling blackouts.
I don't understand. So, like, they won't use the center lane? They won't use the roundabout to go through? They have to go through the turn lane here for some reason.
On how to plan for these temporary events. This has been a local public.
I mean, we could make this slow. We can make this a street instead.
Water and reduce the burden on the city during this water shortage. Consider installing a low flush toilet.
Got some accidents going on here, guys.
Watering the lawn and shower with a friend whenever possible. This has been a local public service announcement.
What kind of future does music have if it doesn't look to its past? Well, I say the question speaks for itself.
Oh.
Here on Second Moon, we know you can't move forward unless you keep both eyes steadily trained on what's behind you.
Interesting news from the city's export division. Sources tell us that our city has more services than we know what to do with.
And you know what that means, folks. It means we're not cutting things close enough.
Well, no. The point is we're selling it and bringing money into local
That's right.
economy.
You could almost say it's too much of a good thing.
Or we could say that we're enjoying a positive trade balance and the economy is booming. More after this. For our feature story, we're on the streets with Kim this hour, taking the pulse of the city. So, Kim, what's the word on the street? Tell us what you're hearing.
It's more what I'm smelling, Glenda. I have to say, it just plain stinks around here. Gross. And these concerned citizens agree.
That's hardly news. There hasn't been any trash collection for who knows how long. There's rotting food, dirty diapers, fish guts, and...
It's like the longer the vehicle waits, the more assertive it should actually be at trying to push through traffic.
And the piles of filth.
Kind of the way it works in real life, by the way.
Growing and growing and growing.
Depending on what they're doing.
You heard it here, folks.
Fucking semi can't move. There it goes.
That's good to hear, Kim. We'll be back after this.
Oh, I was there for so long. Just waiting there. They're waiting there like they have a light, guys. Even the outside lanes, I don't understand what's going on here. Like, there's lanes that are free, and they're just waiting. Nothing. Backing up forever. No idea. Not enough employees, but for some strange reason, I don't have any demand for medium or high. Sure, I think these are all medium. Try zoning this as high. Happens here. Might be low. Yeah, I just need to put some down. Looked at the RCI, it said unoccupied buildings, so I assume... And when they start building? Couple building. Very stayed, and except for low density. nothing. For some strange reason, our demand has basically zeroed out for RCI now. Unoccupied buildings are what the downside. But you can't have unoccupied buildings if they don't build them in the first place. This is almost like we're back to where we were a long time ago, which is prior to a couple patches, like we were just stuck in low density. Stupid shit, and it seems like we're back in the same area. Like, everything here looks good, and then you got unoccupied buildings, and that's it. And fucking unoccupied buildings. That, I think, happened after last week's patch. Prior to that, I don't remember that being an issue. Well, fixed it, and then I guess they broke it again? They had a patch on Monday prior to Thanksgiving to fix some issues with turn lanes and such, and I think they did this again, which I don't really understand. There's no way for us to build medium and high density anymore, and our city's stagnated because they decided to implement something that doesn't work, which didn't work in the beginning of the game either. After last week's patch, the right turn lane shit became more egregious, though. Another thing I noticed is for sure. Need to manage the lanes. Fuck. On here. Like, everyone is trying to get into the right turn lane because the only lane that can turn right on a roundabout is the right lane. Come on, it's a roundabout! Oh my god, it's like the whole reason for having the roundabout. If they go, they like, you know, they get into the roundabout here and then they can just go, like, these two lanes can go into here, or these four can go into here, but on the right side? No, the first turn? No, the only one lane can turn right there. Doesn't even fucking make sense. Answering a lot of these problems is mass transit, but we can't produce mass transit because it takes an inordinate amount of effort, and then they don't even use it. About 4,000 people, 3,000 people riding our buses. About 3,000 people riding our subway. And our usage. They just don't use it. Doesn't matter what you do, they just don't really use it. You can look at those numbers and go, oh, that's a lot of people, but it's not. We have a city of 250,000 people. Riders per month should be in the millions. And we have 2,000 people on it. I was hoping that sending the incinerators to our landfills would alleviate our problem, but it didn't. Actually, all of our garbage things are gone now. It's just Hearse's high resource cost. There's definitely things they have. So, like, the game's initially fun. It stagnates right around 200,000, as you guys have seen. It stagnates right about 200,000, at least right now, or the prior patches. I don't know what's at right now. If you built a new city. And basically, you have to wait for them to fix shit in the simulation for your city to expand properly again. The only right turn only lane on the roundabout, though. Oh. There are definitely some weird traffic contention issues, though, where they do really weird shit. Still broken after that accident happened here. Traffic still has not fixed itself. What is it doing? Okay. Alrighty, guys. I think we've had enough cities. I thought maybe there'd be a little bit more that I missed here. It's not. It's very, very... Yeah. I think it was in a better state prior to last week's patch. Earlier this week's patch. Excuse me. Earlier this week's patch. Still in the same week. As far as traffic goes. And that's hamstrung us. And then we got the RCI years just stuck, where medium and high no longer develop. And we have demand, but we have unoccupied buildings, which we can't fulfill unless we have demand, which then builds the buildings. So they want the buildings, but they're unwilling to build the buildings. There's kind of some heavy being built here. High density. This is medium right here. No one's building medium. Some high density slowly building. Okay. Oh, are they just...
Been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive, and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve.
Yeah.
This has been a local public service announcement.
Abandoning buildings across the city, and then going over to the high density? Maybe. Yeah, well, we'll come back to this, guys, maybe after a couple patches here. I think we're going to start on our Overwatch arc again. It's been a while since we played multiplayer games. It's been a while since we played multiplayer games, guys. But we've exhausted cities. What we do? We played cities, we played Cyberpunk, the new expansion DLC, which I was looking forward to, and Starfield. We milked the shit out of Starfield, so I'm alright with it. I think we're going to go back to Overwatch, guys, and completely change the kind of people that watch us, as it turns out. Which is one of the reasons I generally do not play single-player games, is because people that watch single-player games generally only want to watch single-player games. And as such, I like playing multiplayer games. I really do. I like playing both. But you kind of only can do one or the other when you're streaming, for some strange reason. But I guess we're going back to Overwatch maybe tonight, and see where it goes, I guess. See what happens. Probably playing Pharah, and then we're going to be playing tanks, too. We're going to start on our tank arc. And see where that goes, because a lot of people are bitching and moaning about them. And as such, they're less prone to aimbots and such, so... Yeah, we'll see how it goes, guys. But I'm out here for this morning, guys. If you're new to the stream, you enjoyed chillaxing, make sure to follow button on your select platform, because when I play multiplayer games, I definitely do not chillax. So, make sure to follow button on your select platform. I stream to Kick, Facebook, as well as YouTube Live every day, from late night to early morning, GMT-6. So, late night North American time. Usually stream for about 5 to 6 hours, give or take. Depends on my life, what's happening, etc. If there's a new single-player game that pops out in the future, we'll definitely take a peek at it. But for now, I think we're good. and we're going to go back to our multiplayer arc. But alrighty guys, thanks for watching my streams always, and I hope you guys have a wonderfully fantastic Sunday morning. Have a good day, guys.